Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, G. Flocke, Lebonsky, Brown, Aiken, Sunny, Paul. Good morning, FX Mechanic. FX, well, it's not FX Mechanic anymore, but I still call you that. Who else we got here, guys? Good morning, PD. Good morning, Ace. Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Aqua Wolf, good morning if you're still here. Hopefully I get a chance to make back up the loss before this morning. How did you lose, Crown? Let me switch this over while you explain that to me. What happened? Alright. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, there wasn't really a place to long there. You got the top wick up after they close the candle, and then you get to move down. That's why Lebonsky was looking for the short, and I was explaining to him to make sure that he tried to secure, because we should get a reaction from the 0.5 of this wick, which is what happened, right? So can it still go down? Yeah, but you want to secure your short position. So see the 0.5 right here. We came up, we put a top wick, we flipped, and we went down. So it was a perfect short closure below, top wick, flip, and come back down. So that was, you know, they were inducing the longs. See, here's the problem. All right, let's look at this for a second. Wasn't sure. Down, then thought it was the flip up. Here's the problem, right? And look at these candle wicks, guys. And I was just going over this with Bell Quonset yesterday. Oh man, Bear Bull. Good morning, man. Yeah, I forgot you. Anyway, I was just going over how I pay attention to the wicks in the server last night, right? And essentially, when you get this big bottom wick, right, Crown, that's longs. This is longs buying this up, right? So what are you looking for? Once you get the close here, you're looking for the top wick for the longs to think that they've got this all figured out and winning, right? And then you're looking for the flip to come back down and run through their stops. So the wicks tell you that people are long. And I realize when you go and you watch your YouTube videos and all these different things of all these gurus, they'll tell you, well, this means that the market's bullish now because it rejected. That's what this big wick is a rejection of lower prices. But it just honestly isn't the truth, sadly. And what I was saying earlier, you were asking about, we were looking for the 0.5 of this wick to be hit right here, the 4-hour wick, which also would put a bottom wick on this candle, because we're always looking for wickless candles to put a bottom wick on. So when I, you know, like this trade here, what we were talking about, no top wick, wick comes in, and then it pushes down. Well, that's just how the market moves. Same way goes when you never come back for those wicks, right? It puts on, so this candle put on no bottom wick and just pushed up. So what do you expect now? You expect that it's going to come back to this area to put a wick on this candle. That's what I'm always expecting. I guess I can't say you're expecting that. That's what I'm always expecting. And that's what all these arrows are on my chart. When you look at my chart and you see these arrows, these are wicks that we haven't came back and filled yet. And I expect that to happen once we start getting in those areas. So since we had the 0.5 of the 4-hour at about the same spot as this wick fill, I expected when we were all the way up here, after we have no top wick up, starts to push down, I expected up here that we were going to come down, tap that 0.5 of the 4-hour, and put a wick on this candle. So that's why I was writing that out. And then, you know, a little while later it played out. Why? Because you have this right here. Everybody's bullish. That's why this candle just stops. There's no top wick. Nobody sold it down. And then it goes back up, inducing more longs to do what? Flip and fall apart. Right. Hopefully that makes sense, man. So that's what I was looking at. And then Blusky was talking about this candle right here, which is a perfect entry. Honestly, Blusky, you got that right, hopefully. So you would have had about a 15, 16, 17-ish tick stop loss here. You closed below, you know, got your wick up after a big bottom wick, and now we expected that you'd get to at least the 0.5, and you want to try 0.5s when you're talking about big wicks like this. And take it on a little shot plus 40 euro, not too much. Yeah, beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with taking a little stab at it and trying it until you get you know, that's a 50-ish, you know, it's about 49.50-ish tick wick. So you want to, you know, secure around the 0.5, because a lot of times 0.5 will get tested, and she could move back up after testing that 0.5. Right? Just how it works a lot of times. Because, you know, it's all in how you look at it, guys. In my opinion, very good when you go big. It's okay like this. Yep, exactly, Blusky. Very good, very good. And you'll build up more confidence the more you you know, open positions, enter positions, and manage them. But here broke and mom fell, broke her rib. What? Are you crazy, G-Flock? Wrapping my head around doing the opposite is still taking some getting used to. Yes, Crown. And it's going to. It's going to. Because you've been taught to do everything that you've been taught to do. So, that is the truth, big time. It's super hard to think against, you know, what you've learned all this time. But what you want to do is take everything that you learned and use that, right? And say, okay, well, where would all these strategies be right now? Where would they be long? Where would they be short? And where would their stop losses be? And to make it even clearer for you, if you want, which I don't recommend it as far as trading, but if you want to actually make it clearer for yourself, drop down to a 5-minute chart and mark it all out, and then go to your high time frame and wait for your closures. So, and if that makes sense to you. So, you know, you got your areas like this, and you mark out all the different strategies on here. I find it gets super cluttered that way. I like just looking at an hour and a 30-minute, but if you find that easier, some people find it easier. Again, I don't recommend it. I think you should use this chart, an hour or a 30-minute chart, because that's really where your closures are, and you won't get so much mess. But you're going to the hospital? Well, yeah, if your mom broke her rib, G-Flock, you're going to have to go to the hospital. Sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, exactly. Like Sonny said, that's not great, man. Things, though, what are you going to do, right? No, I mean, it happens, man. No reason to get upset, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying. Just one of those things. Always when you enter the voice chat. I don't know, man. Hopefully she gets better. Hopefully she's alright. I think you might have already left. Try to have a good day, G-Flock A. Sorry to hear that about your mom. Alright, G-Flock A. Sorry to hear about your mom. Hopefully she gets better, man. Watch on YouTube. Nothing wrong with that. Ribs suck. Nothing really can be done except pain medication and wait for them to get better. Not like a cast. Oh wow. I've never had broken ribs, huh? Interesting. Expecting the bottom of this range to get hit again? Possibly. If she breaks the wick, yes. Happen, but that plays out first. I mean, that's the whole reason that you would have wanted to be in on the flip. You would have wanted to be in on the flip, and then you would have wanted to TP1, you know, somewhere in this vicinity here, and then or just went to BE something, BE +1. I didn't even watch if it came back up and actually took you out. It may not ever flip bullish, so you'd still be in it. And when you get to testing this wick right here, you'd pull your stop loss a bit tight, right? Because once it taps this, that's, you know, your double bottom. That's when guys are going to start going long again. And what are we looking for? We're looking for it to push through here, slap them stops, and push down further. And then you'll drag your stop loss as it goes, right? And all in all, it was a 50, almost 50 ticks. I think it was 49 tick recovery from the flip all the way down. So yeah, 49 ticks. So just almost 50. And if it taps there and then kind of rejects, right, then your stop loss will be secured in profit. Taps there and pushes through, then you will drag your stop loss through it as it goes. Tighten it up again once you get the bottom of the range, and then again once we get to the low here, which is overnight low, and see if it pushes through that, right? How you unlucky for take BE on 0.5 is very good recovery. Did it come back and hit you at BE, Blusky? It didn't, did it? It never went back bullish, did it? Never flipped back, did it? Or did it? I wasn't really paying attention. Good morning, Max. I mean, you could have let it bear out a bit, but I would have went BE on I would have took profit 1 at the 0.5 and then went BE there as well. Now if you want to let it breathe more, you can, but that always comes with the consequences of you stop if it goes against you just the same, right? So just up tap. I didn't think it ever came back and hit you at BE though. Put the stop loss on 0.5. Oh. Oh, I see. All right. Yeah. What I was thinking, how I would have done it, let's just say, right? So what I would have done is I would have took profit 1 here. Right? So TP1. You could have did it there or the wick recovery to the left, like I was saying. Whichever you prefer. Wick recovery to the left would have been about 16. Yeah, that's a little shy. I probably would have did about 20 right in between here, but let's just say you held to 0.5. It would have been about 24. And then just put your stop loss right at, I would have went +1, only because that covers your fees. So you would put your stop loss right here at +1, and it should have never been tested because it just continued to go down. So you got a TP here. 240, and then you got +1, so that'll be profit. And now at this point, you know, it depends on how you want to manage your stop, but you could have went over this wick now that she pushed down and almost tested that, or, you know, whatever you want. You could have went tighter, you could have did whatever. I mean, depending on how you prefer to manage it. A lot of times I'll go pretty tight. If it goes down and tries to tap this, I probably would have been out somewhere around here. Not gonna lie, if I was trading it, I would have, only because it came down, tried to test this and didn't. So at this point on a lower time frame chart, this is a lower high, a higher low. Probably this is a higher low. Once we come back down and test structure, you know, that's what it looks like on the, came down, made a low, came back up, something like this. So now they're looking to long it again on a lower time frame currently, right? Not saying it won't come down and break this low. It's just the traders on the lower time frames are going to start getting super bullish now, thinking this is the bottom yet again. Can they be taken out? Absolutely. But in my opinion, I'd be secure in profit. I think where your long would be here, Crown, if you were looking for our long, which kind of tough right now, but let's just say that you are, would be a close with no wick here would be perfect. So essentially your short, I mean, your short's what's in play now, right now, right? So change this. Box. So if you were looking for a long from here, did that just tap that? Did that just pull through the wick? No, not yet. All right, if you're looking for a long from here, you're looking for something like this, then the next candle come in and put on a bottom wick. So everything's short, then to induce more. Flip the candle. It, you know, I don't know. That's the whole thing, but that would be bottom of the range being tested and then coming down, but you don't want this wick because what is this? This is longs coming in. See, I was telling you that's part of the reason that I would have been out of this position coming down short here is because the longs are going to keep coming in. They see this as hugely bullish. We're making higher lows. They're trying to push this price up and it could definitely go up, you know, but you should already be out of the trade for the short here. Now you're looking for the next setup, an entry for the long. If you're looking for a long entry, right? Same goes if we come down here and we start closing below here with a big bottom wick. Well, now we're looking for the recovery of this. You know what I'm saying? We're looking for the recovery of this candle right here to the short side. See what I'm getting at? I mean, I think that's where people get confused because a lot of people believe, well, we're coming down into this, you know, what people want to say is support, you know, the bottom of the range. So automatically they're just looking for a long. There's no reason to be looking for a long here. You're looking for a setup and you're looking for an entry. So if this candle does something like this, and again, not saying it's going to, but if you get a candle like this, now we're looking for a short all day. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. We're looking for the test right here for your top wick. And a flip of that candle. Come up here, going to test, then it's going to come down, it's going to flip, and the recovery of that wick. And then what next? The stop losses to be ran, to run down, to recover the next wick. You know, that's what you're looking for. That's why I always say I have no bias as to where I'm trading. Is there a long? Can we go long here? Yes. If we have a setup and an entry. Can we go short here? Yes. If we have a short setup and an entry. The levels aren't for me to say it's going to be long or short. The levels are here because this is where traders are going to enter. What we're going to do is counter how they react at these levels. And that's why I say news, you know. When you were asked about news, I think it was you, Crown, that was asked about news. Either way, when news was asked about earlier, it's the same thing. I don't trade the news. I trade the volatility of the news. Why? Because I don't trade gold. I'm not trading gold. And I think everybody gets confused. I'm not trading gold. I don't care about the fundamentals of gold. I don't care if gold's supposed to go up or if gold's supposed to go down. It means nothing to me. I'm trading what the traders are doing. Initian. Yep. Holiday is coming. It is slow. Good morning, ma'am. I don't know if I gave you a good morning or not. I was trying to make sure that I got everybody. I may have missed you. Anyway, Crown. So that's... I have to start looking at the wicks differently. Yeah. I mean, so that's the whole thing. You're looking for a setup and an entry. You're not looking for a long or a short. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you are. Once the setup's there to say, hey, all traders are long. So what am I looking for? Short. All traders are short. So what am I looking for? A long. And that's the difference between how I trade and how others trade, because everybody else is looking for what? They're looking for here we go. All right. There's support, so you long now. What the candle do doesn't matter. That's support, so you long now. I don't trade that way. So you'll never see me trade that way. That's just not how I trade. Because we don't know what the traders are doing until this candle closes down here. So do we expect them to be long? Yes. But the problem with all this, especially in an area like here, we're not at a top. When we were at the top on gold, it was easy, right? But here's where the problem is. This right here is called support right now for all your trading strategies out there. Support, bullish order block, demand, whatever you want to say, right? However, breaks through here. What now is it called? Oh, now it's a breaker block. Now it's support, turn, resistance. Now it's supply, flip, demand. You understand what I'm saying? So now the breakout traders are short. Now the supply demand traders, if we get down here, are short. Now the SMC ICT traders are short because it's a breaker block now. So they're looking for reasons to go short. If they're looking for reasons to go short, I'm not looking for reasons to go short anymore. But these closures are everything for me, right? And these wicks are everything because these wicks are the traders coming in. Traders are coming in long here. Traders are coming in long here. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, BART traders are looking for shorts. Yep. Yeah, there you go, Sonny. Yeah. Breathing and now being shown not to breathe. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna, lie to you and deny that, Crown. It is going against, what you've gotten comfortable with all this time. And if it's working for you, right? Yeah, it's difficult, just taking longer to adjust. Yeah, and if it's working for you, what you were doing before, by all means, I'm not asking you to, I'm not saying to change it. If you're doing something that's working and you have a system that's, profiting for you, then by all means, stick with that. This is just another take on it. It was off and on, yeah. Most people are, and that's the issue. Why is it off and on? Because it only works when it works, and that's the issue. So it's hard to be consistent when it's off and on, and that's the biggest thing. The biggest thing to trading is consistency. I mean, that is the number one thing. If you can stay consistent, you can do super well. If you can't stay consistent, you're never going to be profitable over a long amount of time. And that's what people always forget. People will tell you about the win that they made today or last week, or, the 10,000 pips that they made on the last trade, but you never see all of the losses that either it took to get there or they took thereafter. That's why it's such a crazy space, because you want to see, you know, what people are trading every single day. You want to see people, you know, either explaining, you know, positions before they play out and how they're playing, or, you know, calling out their positions before they ever enter, or something to that, you know, live trading something. So just one of those things you don't want to, that's why dropping a P&L curve from a long time is nice. Yes. Well, Quantix, good morning, man. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You want to see something, Crown, rather than just, you know, that's why everybody's positions and everything are on and off. That's why their trading strategies are always on and off, because it's on when it's working and not when it's not. Well, that's not a way to be consistent. No way to be consistent if, you know, you're winning and losing and essentially not going anywhere. And people always forget that. And then, you know, that's part of the issue. But okay. No, he's not here, Max. He had to leave. His mom got her rib broke. She fell, her chair broke and she broke a rib or something or other. Anyway. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense, Crown. Again, just whatever works for you. You can sit here and spend some time, right, showing up. I think I need the audio. Yeah. And that's what I was just about to say, Crown, honestly. You could spend some time just showing up, you know, and you have. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you haven't. You have. You've been here anyway. But just me talking through these things and you seeing what I'm doing and seeing how I, you know, look at these wicks and seeing how I make sense of it, you know, just speaking what I see normally helps everybody, even if they do it their own way. Right. I'm not really here to tell you, hey, you have to do this or you have to do that. A lot of times guys will just start seeing what I'm doing and talking about how these wicks, you know, what sense they make and why the wicks do what they do. And that's normally enough for most people to start implementing them the way that works best for them. Right? I mean, so not necessarily do you have to trade it exactly how I trade it. I mean, it's like here when we were talking about, you know, you were talking about trying to find a place to short. Well, this no top wick was a place to do it. Now were we at the top of the range? No. So would I have took this position? No. However, there was a few people in the chat that actually took that position. Why? Because they know that when there's no top wick comes in and it flips, that there's a very good chance that price is going to go down. Right? It's just because they've heard me talk about it so much. This is the setup that I'm looking for in the entry if I was at a level that I want to trade. So not everybody pays attention to levels. Same thing went for when I was talking about filling the wick on this candle and the 0.5 of the 4 hour lining up. So when we were here, I said, well, we should come down and this should be the area that we trade to. And my wife actually took that trade down. She traded this candle. And so did some of the people in chat. Why? Just because of what I'm saying. Did I take the trade? No. You know, I wasn't trading that, but people do it just because, you know, they know what it is that I'm looking for and they'll take a little riskier trades than I will. I'm super conservative with my actual trade setups and entries. I need the, as Manpour always told me, I need the moon and the stars and the planets all to align before I enter a trade, which I'm not going to say I'm not super picky about trades. However, the people who show up here every day, they take a lot of trades that I don't take based on my trading thoughts, based on my trading strategies, right? And I call out a lot more trades than I take too. I'll call out a bunch of trades, mark them up on the chart, and you guys take them, and I actually don't take those trades because, you know, stop loss is too big or whatever else. I'm super picky about what I actually enter. That doesn't mean that I can't find, you know, more trades. It just means that I personally would not enter those trades because my risk is too high. And that's normally what it is. I trade minis. So if I take over my 30 tick stop loss, that means I'm taking over a 600 tick stop, right? Manpour doesn't show up anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Quantix, he's working on the strat. Remember when I dropped all that stuff? Just like Paul said, he's doing the strat now. And he's been trying to really perfect that. Why? Does Manpour not show up anymore? I'm using a 1 hour overlay. That works. The new 30 minutes. Yeah, that works, and that's great if that's something, if that's how you want to do it, for sure. Yeah, I can see both time frames on there. So, and once you start doing it enough, you'll be able to see them. So, like when you look at the 1 hour chart, you can see the 30 minute and the 5 minute. That's why I said it's making, you know, higher lows here. You can see all of it. 30 minute same way. You can go to 30 minute. You know, see your hour. See everything else, because this is your hour candle, right? So you got a top wick, and then right now you're in the middle of the candle on your hour, because these two candles make up your hour candle, right? So it's just being on the charts enough. No, nothing wrong with. Don't mean anything with it. Hope it works out for him. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so too, Velquantix. I hope that it works out too. I've checked in with him here and there. And sometimes he says he's doing okay, and sometimes he says not so well. So I don't know if it's but he's sticking to it, so that's good. I'm sick of these ranges. Yeah, Max. Copy. Yes, it is. December is usually like this, unfortunately. Yes, Sonny, exactly. But I keep saying this is holidays, guys. It could be slow. Here she should come down and test this wick. The longs are going to keep coming in because we keep making higher lows, guys. But if it runs down and tests this wick, I expect it'll probably push through. Because they are longing. Set them up to long currently. I mean, maybe we just run sideways, but I think they're going to run the stops first. Just in. They're setting them up in the lower time frames for it to look bullish, though. There she goes. Very nice. Just like we talked about. Very, very, very nice, guys. Long term. Yep. Yep. I agree with you, Velquantix. Very beautiful, very beautiful. So that's exactly what we were talking about there, Crown. When you were talking about, you know, where do you long? You know, they'll be coming in long here, but I'm not looking for the longs. And when this candle started forming and we were making higher lows, I need to try harder. You always agree. Why would I not agree? Quantex, there'd be no reason for me not to, because you always say things that are true. If you want me not to agree about Quantex, just tell me that ICT is completely different, and it's a strategy that's made up, that's super unique, and it wins all the time. And ICT has a, what did he say, he had a 92, 93, 94% win rate, something like that. And then he comes and trades live and can't win a trade. That's all you got to do. Let's talk about coin flips. All right. No, never mind. You don't want to talk about ICT being the best trader there is? Come on now. Yeah, he's going to win the Robbins Cup every year. He says that every year. Yeah. Oh yeah, win rate doesn't tell all. That's absolutely the truth too. Yeah, anybody can have 100% win rate. That's absolutely true too. It just depends on how you want to trade it. Your win rate can be much higher based on your risk management easily. You already know that. But the problem with the whole ICT thing is he proved that his win rate wasn't nothing what he said. He's always showing all the trades after they happen, and you'll see this with most your gurus, right? They all show you their trades. You go on YouTube, they'll show you what they traded today. There's nothing that drives me more crazy. They'll say, well, here's the setup that I took today. Here, look at all the money I made. This is like, this is the setup I took today. This is the setup I took today. And they always show these things. And that's what kills me. If you guys are seeing setups that somebody took today and saying, oh yeah, look at that. You just don't realize that they can trade it however they want. You understand what I'm saying? Number one, not everybody realizes what kind of broker they're in with. There's a lot of brokers out there that will give these gurus that get a lot of customers into their brokerage whatever entries and exits they want. They'll set it up that way. And then you've got the flip side of it. You guys don't realize that I can go on here, not live stream anymore, right? And at the end of the day, I can come back on here and I can show you my trade. All I need is OBS and 2 screens. I can show you a trade that I took long and it played out and I made 10,000 pips today, like Phils likes to say. And I can show you the exact same trade that I took short that I made 10,000 pips today. Why? Because I can enter on 2 different accounts and let it run and record it. And now I can show you whichever one won. I made absolutely no money. None of it mattered, but I can show you I recorded this trade that won. Why? Because I'm just recording 2 screens, guys. So I open a short on one screen, open a long on the other. One of them plays out, and look at me. I look like I'm brilliant. I mean, it makes no sense why anybody falls for all these things. And then you've got the others that, you know, work for brokerages, and I'm not going to tell you what. I'm not going to throw brokerages under the bus, but there's brokerages out there that I can actually be sitting here, and I don't got enough followers, so you guys know I don't do this, and you see me open my trades. I could actually be sitting here, and I can say, oh, I just entered right here and took the short. Even though you see nothing on my screen, I can say that I took the short right here, and my broker will actually give me this entry, 2676.7, and show that I ran it all the way down here, even though I never even opened a trade. Why? Because they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a week with these guys bringing customers to them. Oh, they oh, just saying, guys. One of the gurus out there, he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a month just off of his brokerage kickback. And you got to understand, the brokerage kickback, guys, is 10%. So just think about how much they're making these brokers. Millions of dollars a month they're making them by sitting here on YouTube and, you know, playing like they know how to trade. And the guy I'm talking about right now, he can't trade. I know he can't trade. So, and most of them can't. So, either way, just be careful who you watch and what you follow. Because at the end of the day, these guys aren't here to trade. They're here to make money. Who are you referring to? Which one, Ace? And welcome back. Welcome back, Aiken. I will make you a crypto shot caller. It will help you with trading calling. Yeah. Which one am I talking about?
All of them.
Yeah, all of them, Ace. But I've dealt with so many of them. I know that you gotta be careful because people get upset. I know a couple of guys that everybody thinks are so great that call out trades, and you don't get to actually see their trading on their screen. So they'll do things like, you know, news will come in and you'll see this candle come in and go bang, and you know, 3 minutes before this candle came in, before the news came in, he was asked if he was in a position. And you guys can all go back to live streams. I'll give you all kinds of stuff on people if you want, but I'm not going to give no names. Anyway, 3 minutes before, he was asked if he was in a position in chat. He says, no, I've got no open positions. News comes in, bang, this candle dropped. He says, oh my God, guys, 200 pips right there, 200 pips. Oh my geez. And you ask yourself, well, how was he even in a position? And the problem is his broker will give him that position. So anybody in the chat wants proof? He can prove it. Why? Because he's bringing in millions of dollars a month for that broker. They will put anything on there. And this was a Forex person, so no futures there, but I know futures people same way, that they will be in a trade and they'll keep on adding in to a position until they get margin called. And you know what they do when they get margin called? They shut down the stream. They don't really, it just gets paused. All you see is the welcome screen. So it'll look something like this. They'll do this number right here. Bang. And here you go. And here's what you get to sit here and look at, as you don't see what's happening on the chart. You don't see anything that's going on anymore. Right? And then they'll take that stream down. And that stream will never be available anymore after that time. Well, the whole thing is, you've got, let's just say, $100,000 account, and you open a, let's just say, $1,000 position. You can continue to open positions. Here's the stops going, just like we were talking about. You can continue to go through those positions until it normally is going to go in your way. And so many of these guys do this. So you got 100K, you long this thing right here because this was support, and now it's going against you. And what are you going to do? You're going to continue to long it. Will it come back up for you to get out at break even or a little bit of profit? It could. You got 100 grand. Let's keep longing it. And this is how they do it. And if it goes all the way down and blows the 100 grand, then you stop the stream, you take that off of your feed, and now it's no longer a live stream. Now nobody gets to see that loss, and you stop the stream when you're getting your margin call from your broker. And they don't care, guys. It doesn't matter because you guys already paid them 100 grand this week. What do they care? You don't get it. And that's if they're actually really trading, which a lot of them aren't even doing that. They're just got broker statements that give them bullshit freaking numbers. So that's why when Aiden was in here saying, hey, people need to show their broker statements, I told him that was a big waste of time. Broker statements are a waste of time. Anybody can show a broker statement for making whatever they want to make. It's a joke. So you want to see a trade for real? You want to see a trader for real? Have them call out a position before it's ever entered. Have them show you a live trade. Who cares if they've made anything or didn't make anything on top of all of it? People ask that too. They're like, well, how do you know they actually made money? Who cares? If I call this position out right here, like we were looking at this morning, and this position plays, here's your stop loss, there's your entry on the flip, and this position plays, and you continue to see this position play time and time and time again. What does it matter if I'm making 1 penny, 1,000 pennies, or $10 million on the position? If it consistently plays, what does it matter what you're making? And people get confused with that one too, right? Just because somebody comes on and opens a position with, you know, 100 minis, and I know everybody loves that, they love it for YouTube, doesn't mean that all of a sudden they've won one position and lost the last 10, that they're some great trader because they're trading 100 minis at a time. Just don't get it. You can take advantage of the funding companies that way by continuing to trade large and letting your stop loss be liquidation of your account, and you'll probably get a lot of payouts that way. But is that what you're trying to do, or are you trying to be a good trader? You've got to make a choice of what it is you're trying to accomplish. Are you trying to be a consistent trader? Or are you just trying to, you know, get payouts from funding companies? Because if you're just trying to get payouts from funding companies, I'll be honest with you. Like I've said a million times, you got a 10K bankroll. Let's just say you got $10,000 to start trading with. Let's say 1,000, right? I'll try to be more realistic for all you guys. You got $1,000 bankroll to trade with. If you put $20 into account, who cares? You can blow as many of them $20 accounts as you want, right? So all you're doing at that point is just risking to blow through accounts to get payouts. And a lot of the guys on YouTube do exactly that. And if that's, you know, if that's how you want to do it, by all means, go ahead. I'm not telling you it's wrong. I'm telling you that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to trade. I'm looking to be consistent. I'm looking to be here for the long run, not just hoping for some luck over the next 6 to 8 weeks. I think it's overall crazy. I mean, talking and being in one position is single entries also. Trading is more portfolio management, more trades, etc., etc. Yeah. Blow accounts too. well, Quantix, you can blow accounts. It's all in how you want to do it. Honestly. For me, it's one position. You already know. That's the way I trade. Now, I used to add 2 as it was going my way, but everybody got so confused, Velquantix, that I wanted, I kind of stopped doing that on stream. So there was a time when I did it. So, and I'll show you guys real fast. All right. And let's just say, something like this. Let's just say that this was our position that we entered in, like Lebonsky was talking about. And instead of this candle printing, and somebody just asked about this yesterday, take this candle off the chart, right? And I'm going to print a new one. So here was the top wick, right, for this candle. And then this would be the bottom wick for this candle, right? And somebody just asked this yesterday. Max, maybe it was you. I don't know. Somebody asked about a doji. No, I think it was Aquawolf. Anyway, so here is the candle that prints rather than this one right here. You get a doji candle. Right? So we entered this position already, right? On the flip. Whoops. Wrong tool. Sorry, guys. I'm so good at this. Not really. That's sarcasm. Okay. So we entered this position on the flip, expecting to come down and hit these lows, let's say. TP1 at the 0.5 of this wick like we talked about. However, we never got there. Doji came in. Okay? But we're in the position. So now we're in the position. Very small profit. Next candle comes in. Puts on a top wick. Right? Now, I will enter another position on the flip. So when this candle flips, I open up another short right here at the flip of that candle. Stop same place as previous. Same thing here. So now we have, instead of one position, I don't know where my thing went there, but instead of one position, now we have 2 positions. expecting it to run down. Still same take profit. Once we get to 0.5, we take profit on 2 contracts instead of 1 because we have 4, or you can even go 3 and then continue, run the stop loss for this play out. And that's where a doji comes in. Somebody asked me that earlier. What do you do with the doji? And if you want to be super even more cautious with it, the second position, you can put the stop at the top of that high if you want to. I personally wouldn't. I just go ahead and leave the stop where it is. Maybe manage this second position a little more aggressive once it gets down. Something completely up to you. But that's where I used to take second positions. Everybody got so confused that I stopped doing it. Now, why would you take a second position? Because there was another setup and entry. That's the only reason. Not because price went in your way or didn't go in your way or anything else, but because if you weren't in this original position right here, you would have took the second one. So if you would have took it, why are you not going to take it just because you're in a position? To me, that makes no sense. If you get another setup and entry, by all means, take that setup and entry, regardless of what you're doing currently. You know, same thing as invalidation. Okay, so we're in this trade, let's just say, and this doesn't happen. Same thing here. It comes down and it hits the bottom with no bottom wick. What are we looking for? You know, and it's kind of did that here. What are we looking for? Well, we want to tighten up our stop loss now if we entered here in order to get out of this position. Why? Because it's going to flip, it's going to drive up. How much you want to get back, right? All right, let me see. All in. Yeah, Aqua main chat asked about doji. Okay, yeah, Bell Quantas. Thank you. I just closed this. Oh, hey, Mr. Y, good morning. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was Aqua. I wasn't sure. Thank you for that, Bell Quantas, though. But yeah, I mean, that's my take on a doji. Besides that, I don't have a take on a doji. For me, a doji doesn't mean anything. Like, here's a doji. Well, what happened? You know, we came up, we hit the top of the level. Doji comes in, price moves down. So, just is what it is. Right? But it just doesn't mean... It's just not something I trade. Yeah, exactly. That's why you quit explaining scaling and Z reversals. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing. And people got so confused when I was doing it. And they're like, well, why would we enter another one? And you'd have some that are like, well, you're in drawdown. Why would you enter when the position went against you? You're entering because if you weren't already in a position, you would have entered the position there. So saying you didn't open your first position, you would have entered there. So if you've got to set up an entry, take it. But people get confused, yeah. Thunder and lightning just started here. All right, Paul. Have a good one. Block A just got another 3 tests announced. Yeah. Not only confused, but before you have explained, they're already telling you what you're doing wrong. Yes, you didn't put wrong, but yes, what you're doing wrong, Valquantex. They always tell you what you're doing wrong. Looking for it to come back and tap wick on the 8 o'clock 1 hour candle. Yeah, Valquantex, yeah. What's this, the 8 hour? It could. I'm not looking for anything yet. This wasn't actually wickless. It did drive down and take out the shorts and push up a bit. You expect it could come up and break this level again. There's really nothing here. It could just as easily push down like we said before. I mean, we expected once this level was broke and the stops were run that it would recover this candle here. Remember when we talked about that? So, I mean, that's what I expect. Why do we keep getting these retraces? That is traders trying to catch the falling knife. They'll give you every reason in the world. Why did it stop here? Because that was the level. So this is the level that they're trying to catch the falling knife. And they'll do it over and over and over again. Crown. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to stop thinking. Catching a falling knife just isn't the way to go. You want to have a reason for it. Have a setup, have an entry. Not just, okay, I'm trying to catch it. And I mean... Then you'll see stuff like this, and this is what we just saw earlier, right? Comes down like this, go like this, you make your high, now you've broke your structure. This is how we knew it was going to go back down. Why? Because right there, everybody's long. Anybody who didn't long it with your lower high here, longed it right here. You understand what I'm saying? So we knew out of that the high chance was it was going to fall apart and grab all them stop losses, which is exactly what it did. That's what it looked like on a lower time frame when you came down here, right here. So that's just what you're going to see time and time and time again, because that is inducing long traders to get in. Why? You know, you look at the SMC. What is it? It's break a structure. So it's a higher low with a break a structure, retest a structure for your order block to go back. 2660 will bounce. It must be VWAP. Is it VWAP? No, it can't be VWAP. VWAP's got to be above us. And they're going to teach you drawing an order block. Yep. Yep, they will. They'll teach you how to draw an order block. And if an order block gets broke, just let you guys know, a broken order block does not mean that it's failed. That just means it's a breaker block. Daily pivot support 1. Okay. Very nice, Ace. Take the next block. Yep, exactly. Exactly, Velquantix. Just take the next block. And if it falls through that one, well, that's a breaker block too. You know, these things happen. Now take it when it retests it from the bottom side. This is what I was trying to tell Crown about the news earlier when he was talking about the news. I said the same kind of thing. If gold's supposed to be bullish because of the news release, if gold goes down instead, like we're seeing here, Crown, remember we talked about this? If gold goes down, they'll just tell you that it was already priced in. It was already priced in. That's why I don't trade the news, right? I mean, and for you that were here, when Phil's came in that day to the live stream and it's like, gold's bullish, the news just dropped. I'm in 6 longs and she's going up. I immediately opened a short position. Why? Because I already knew all the traders were long. That's the whole point. So I'm going to trade right in their stop losses. Super easy. Super easy. If you guys get signals from signal groups, super easy to trade against them. Not hard, guys. Again, unpopular views. What are you going to do? Doing inverse trades now? That's all I ever trade. I always do inverse trades for the most part because that's what I'm looking for. That's all I'm looking for in these wicks, right? These are, see, this wick comes down, wick moves up. What is that? That's nothing but longs trying to catch these falling knives. That's all it is. So, yeah, I mean, that's my whole setup. That's why I need the top wick in the flip or whatever, because as a candle comes in, right? Okay, this candle, for instance, and this was the trade that Lebonsky took earlier. What is this? This candle comes down, you put in a bottom wick. So what is that? That's longs. Next candle comes in, drives up. Longs thinking, oh yes, I won this, I got this, we won. And then what does it do? It flips and drives down, runs all their stops. That's exactly the setup that I'm always looking for, right? So that's the whole thing. And we were looking for this wick anyway. Why did this wick, why were we looking for this candle down? The wife traded this candle. Why did we look for this candle down? Because it was the 0.5 on the 4 hour. Again, just the wick. 0.5 on the 4 hour was the wick for the bottom of this candle. So we were expecting that we were going to come down here, put a wick on this bottom candle, and test that 0.5 before the move up, right? That's the whole thing. I don't think there was a lot of profit taken there, but just me, there wasn't nothing to take profit from. Everybody was long here. It grabbed their stops there. So unless MM was taking profit, which I don't assume so because we're still moving down, I don't think that there was any profit taking. Everybody was long. Longs came in here due to structure. That wickless candle right there was the longs being super bullish. Longs came in. Longs got super bullish. What did we look for? The short. Why? Because there's no top wick on this candle. Top wick comes in, induces more longs, makes sure that there's no shorts in the game, and bang, drops back down. So this flip was your move down to recover this wick. Why? Because everybody's long. Right? Their profit taking should be up here. That's why it fell short. If they're long from down here, right? Same thing, short. They're short from up here. Their profit taking should be here, but we didn't get any of that. That was just longs coming in because the shorts were already stopped out with this move up. So even the long-term holders at this point, your swing traders, they're just stuck in this mess. They've essentially did nothing. They're probably still holding at this point. And that's why we always talk about the weekly open. It's a crazy thing because a lot of times gold, you'll see this number like this. And here we are. Gold comes away. Does this number. Get way down here, and your swing traders that went short. Here they are, and here comes Friday. Essentially, they've done nothing, and you could have been trading it the whole way throughout the week, making money on the way down, making money on the way up, and they're holding to end up in the same exact place that they started out when the week began, and it happens time and time and time again. So I don't know. Just different ways of looking at it, I guess. But we always expect the weekly open to get re-tapped if we move away from it. And that's why the price doesn't move as much as people think that it should. This week, not so much because we've just went sideways. I mean, essentially there's been nothing, so there's nothing to do here. It's December. But under normal circumstances, you'll see weekly open happen, and then you'll see us push away from weekly open. Then you'll see us come right back. And I always think to myself, man, those people who are, opening positions that are buying gold even, they're purchasing the asset in order to hold it long term. They're really not making a lot. I mean, obviously over time they will, over a few years, but it's just crazy week to week how much they could be making out of it, right? You can like me, gold is driving. Don't share, maybe. Very nice, Dad Echo. You passed the Earn to Trade eval. Very good, very good. Beautiful. Very nice, man. That is absolutely great to hear. So long bottom wick. Is that right now? Top wick. Next. Flip or lower. Could be. These are longs coming in. These are longs coming in right here. We never tapped the 0.5 yet, but we did tap the wick to the left. See how it stopped at that wick to the left? That is on a low time frame chart. That's going to look like a level. See that bottom wick there? That was the bottom. See how we tapped it perfectly? That's why I say pay attention to the wicks when you're taking profit. Those are the areas that it'll tap at. That's because on the low time frame, that looks like structure. Right? That makes sense, Crown, I hope. All hard dips or top will be taken. I catch the entry. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple entries. I mean, there's a good entry here. This one wasn't, honestly. This candle right here, I wouldn't have entered. I mean, we talked about all the way up here, we talked about it recovering this candle, but there wasn't an entry here. So I will tell you that. However, there was an entry here, and there was an entry here, right? So either one of them could have been entries you could have taken advantage of for the most part today. Not this one for me, because that wick is super small on the bottom of this candle. Well, I would have never took this. 8 ticks. I would look for some kind of recovery. I shorted on the flip, and the power went out. Came back on me, got out roughly BE. There you go, Paul. Especially where there were multiple indicator signals. I took the long from 2660. Yeah, you said that. Ace, I forgot that was your area of interest there. Yeah. Went against you a little bit there, unless you waited for it to come back. Yeah, yeah, nice. Time for a Santa dump. Yeah, Sonny, good lead. What's Dixie doing? I didn't even pay no attention. Yeah, moving down, wasn't she? All right then. All right. Play green one soon with the pivot liquidity. 6104. Got me on the line. Beautiful. 104. Holy moly. Did you about take the top, or is it just me? Very nice, that echo. 6104. Nice. Hold till 0. Oh my jeez. What's the limit order? Scalp the 20 tick move. Very nice, Ace. Very nice, very nice. Very good way to do that too. Dip buyer today. Yeah. You don't believe in buying the dip, Sonny? Jeez. Yeah. 6104.75. Yeah, it did not go much over that 6104. I knew that. I will be taking highs and lows. Let me see what you... Yeah. Got my short here? Yeah, Sonny. I don't blame you there. $30-minute close for a possibility here. The biggest problem that you have now. Yeah, that'd be 10 minis from where. Easy. Oh. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Yeah, for me it'd be tough to do either right here. You have very little recovery left. You haven't touched structure on the way up yet. Very tough spot to do anything now. Like I said, your entries were prior. But here. I wouldn't have found an entry here, but if you guys did, now maybe you can go down and use the hack on the 5-minute or something and find a reason to enter. And that was the funny thing. The wife missed this when we were talking about it, Crown. This no top wick and then top wick and it moved down. So she missed this first entry, but the hack was there with that as well. So there was a double confirmation for entry there. She missed the entry because she walked away from the computer for a minute. But she did trade this candle down somewhere in this general vicinity, but she missed the initial first entry. It was the next 30 that she took. I took this 30 here. I'm not sure exactly where she opened at, but she did say she took the recovery, that 0.5 in the wick recovery like we were talking about. This should tap at least the 0.5 here, you would assume. Then we'll see if it holds or pushes through. You do need a bottom wick on the 30 more than likely. And we only got about 3 minutes for that, so it's a tough spot to trade currently. Even if it does push down some, you expect a push back up before this close in the next, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. It'll drop the long scalp signal when it pops. That works, Velcon. I'm talking about ES, not stupid gold. Ah, no. Gold's not stupid. Most people do agree. Nobody likes gold. I love gold, guys. And it's like this here, right? If you were short here, just saying, when we're talking about entering another position or managing your position or whatever, if you were short here and this candle closes with no bottom wick, then what are we going to do? We're going to tighten up our stop loss quick when the next candle comes in and puts in a bottom wick. Why? Because that's going to be our move up. That should be the 0.5 right there, just like we were talking about. Let's pull it and see, but that should be pretty dang close, guys. If it holds there, yep, to the tick. Now if it holds there, she will put on a bottom wick and move back up, more than likely, at least to some degree. If it pushes through and closes below, you'll see the complete wick recovered. Yeah. Do you fish? I'm a hunter. I like both. Honey, I like hunting and fishing. What'd you miss? The 0.5 explained. Oh, well, that was the 0.5 of this wick. All I was saying, we expected the 0.5 of this wick way earlier. Remember when you and I were talking about it? So there it is. Tapped perfectly. Right? So that's what we're expecting. You know? When we were up here talking about it. We were up here in this area, and I said if it comes down, it grabs these stops, which was these wicks. Here's your push down, guys. It'll close above the 0.5. It'll come down, take out the lows to stop out any longs that got involved, flip, and push its way back up. We're waiting for the long signal from Bill Quantics here because it should be coming in because it's going to go long now. Don't trade it. There's nothing to trade there, guys. I'm just telling you what it's going to do. Anyway, we were talking about up here. Remember, Crown, when we talked about this candle was going to come down, break these lows, and run the stops. And if it got down here, it'd run the stops here and come down and recover this candle. And the 0.5 will be the first bounce point. Remember? Need one more bounce? Yeah. And it could still push down. It put on a nice top wick there. It could still push down here, guys. That's why I say don't trade it. There's no setup here. It could still push down and recover the rest of this wick. But we did close. I believe we closed it. Yeah. Barely, though. There's really no setup here. If this would have been a no wick candle, and this candle would have came down and put on a steeper bottom wick, I would have said trade it up. Something like this. Entry on the flip, and then stop loss, but I would have wanted a wick that looked a little something like that, you know? I'm not saying this won't go up. I'm just saying there's no telling. And then I would be trying to TP that structure here, which is the 0.5 of this candle. There's going to be a vector, right? Now, how did it break this level? Because vector candle come in, that's going to be about the 0.5 of that candle. So I'd be trying to take profit there. But again, you don't have enough bottom wick here. So don't take this trade. I'm just telling you if we were looking at it this way. So TP, go +1. And then you want to tighten up your stop loss right here. Why? Fair value gap. People will start trying to long there. Or, I mean short there. And again, you'll see a reaction here when it gets back up to the structure. So pull your stop loss close again. People will start coming in short. And what do you want to see? You want to see their positions fail and it pop through. If it pops through their stop losses, you'll get to move all the way back up, you know, to the top of this here and possibly beyond. So you just manage it as you go. Right. Makes sense, I hope. But you wanted to see a little steeper bottom wick on this candle, and you would have loved to see none on the previous. You would like to see something like that, and this to be no wick. Would have been ideal for a trade right there. I'd rather see this wick recovered myself and grab everybody that's long with their stop losses below yesterday's low. So there's a lot of stop losses sitting right here. Right down here, there's stop losses sitting. That's why I'm not a big fan of trading long here without a super, super great setup. Stops are sitting here from swing traders that went long. Right. Yes, the line. Yeah, I won't trade after this. Need one more dip below the yellow line. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's previous day low. Bell Quantics. Yeah, I mean, I won't take another trade. Crown. Absolutely. I don't know how to add people on this board. Or 4. Best to just wait and wait and wait. And more waiting. Yeah, exactly, Ace. This is a game of patience. I mean, it is for me. If that's not how everybody else plays it, that's fine. But for me, it's a game of patience. That's really what it's all about. And that's why so many people, you know, join and leave, and they get impatient and they don't want to play the game this way anymore, and that's fine too. If you find another way that you don't have to have any patience, you know, great to you. But I'd go watch the patience mindset video, and I mean, Warren Buffett even says it. You know, what is the stock market? You know, it's just to take money from the impatient and give it to the patient, and that's how he refers to it. And I believe that's absolutely true. I believe that patience is the big reason that a lot of people fail at a lot of things in life, not just trading. Thing to talk about. People want to trade on computer and take trades without any rules, but being... Yep, absolutely, Velquantus. Again, I agree with you. I was hoping to recover the loss at the very least. Yeah, Crown, and I mean, if you want to chase the loss, you can. I'm not going to guarantee you that it'll do any good, though. That's the problem. It's funny, because people do get more you know, more likely to trade after a loss and get more impatient, because like I try to tell everybody, they want to look at one trade. They want to look at one day. You don't want to close your computer today knowing that you lost. And I get it, but would you rather close your computer, and I don't know what you lost, but would you rather close your computer today with the loss that you have, or take a risky setup and close the computer with even more of a loss, or a blown account, or so on and so forth? Nobody ever looks at it like that. It's the same thing with closing trades, right? People say, well, I wish I wouldn't have closed this trade, or I wish I would have took this because this went up, or look how far it's ran, or whatever. But you never look at how many times did you close the trade when it went against you, using the same criteria. How many times did you pass on that trade when it would have went against you? All you ever want to look at is what you could have made. It's always what I could have made. Nobody ever says, what could I have lost here? If I would have entered here, what would I have lost? Nobody ever looks at that. They only look at missed trades. Never look at what they would have lost. And I think you have to look at both sides of it. It's just like I try to say with the positive negative. If you look at everything positively, you're always going to see positive results regardless. If you look at everything negatively, you're always going to see negative results regardless. You know, just like the bias. If you look at everything as long, because today it's bullish, you'll find a long. I promise you, you'll find a long. But if you looked at everything as a bearish bias, you'll find a short too. And that's what nobody seems to wrap their head around. That's why you don't want to approach it that way. In my opinion, again, that's just my opinion, guys. Works for you, by all means, and I say this all the time, by all means, do whatever works for you. But you don't want to take losses just because you were trying to get some money back. You know, and I showed it. Me, guys, and Paul, I'm sure you were here. That Echo, you were probably here. Velcontex, you might have been here. I don't know. A lot of you new guys weren't. I was passing evals. I passed like 6 evals on stream, right? Well, I'm going to tell you, I had an eval. Oh, geez, I wish I remember. I'm going to say Top Step, guys, but I'm not going to stick with that. I don't know who the eval was through, right? I had an eval, and we had, I think, $40 left, something like that, for the 3K profit target. It was a 50K eval, and we had $40 left. And I was like, well, we'll just try to pass it. I mean, we could pull $40 out of it anywhere, right? And we tried to get the $40. It was $40, $140. I don't remember what it was. But either way, we tried to pull this money out, took a few trades, lost a few trades, trying to get this just a little bit of money because it's easy. You can pull $40 anywhere out of the market, yeah? And we ended up, I think it was close to $1,000 down that day on that eval. And we had to come back tomorrow and we had to get our head in the game and not think of it as, well, I only got $40 to pass or whatever it was. Because when you look at it like that, you throw everything out the window. You throw your patience out the window. You throw your whole thought process out the window. It just doesn't make any sense to do things like that. And again, I showed it live on stream, making the exact same mistake. I'm not saying all this stuff, guys, because, you know, everybody else makes mistakes. I'm saying this because these are the mistakes I've made. These are the same things I've done, guys. These are the same things that I see everybody do. These are the same things that people DM me about. You understand what I'm saying? It's not just, hey, you guys don't make this mistake. It's because I've learned from these mistakes, and I want you guys to not have to learn the hard way. Right? All right. 400, yeah. Yep, and 400's 400. It is what it is. You'd rather lose 400 and be down to day 400 than, you know what I mean, blowing a whole account today. Yeah, I get the feeling as well. Worst idea, if a setup is not there, don't force it, because I'm a wild man for doing it better. Yep, I almost never close trades manually. Yeah, only TP and stop loss. Yeah. That's why I love your streams. I enjoy the facts you speak. Mine are always... Thank you, Ace. I appreciate that. Mine are always TP1, Bell Quantix, and then stop loss. Second TP is always stop loss. I never close it. It gets hit in profit, stopped in profit. I wasn't in a short, but got freaked out because it was after the flip. I was in a short. Okay, gotcha. Hitting line. Yep. Yeah, well said, Ace. Yeah, appreciate it. If I would have held, I might have hit my TP and be up 2K. Yep. Yeah, it was a tough spot. Not saying you shouldn't have held. That was completely up to you. You got to have confidence in what it is you're doing. Though, if you don't feel confident, I used to make a joke about this, Crown. I used to say that people should put a heart monitor on, and if their heart rate goes up, just close the trade. Don't make irrational decisions. But if you weren't feeling it, unfortunately, I'm not going to tell you that closing it was a bad idea because you didn't have enough confidence to continue on with whatever trade you just took there, right? Again, it's one of those things. You want to get confident in what you're doing. Be every trade. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good, Crown. You're not supposed to feel that way when you get in a trade. I'll be honest with you. The whole thing is, at the end of the day, instead of thinking about whether you win or lose the trade, instead of thinking about, hey, I'm in this trade, now it's in the red, you already have your stop loss in place, or should. You should already have your mind set on your entry. What is your setup? What is your entry? What is your entry criteria? And that's going to be the same as where's your stop loss? Stop loss placement, right, is going to be your exit criteria. That's just as important as your entry criteria. So now, you've taken the trade, right, Crown? There's nothing else you can do. Setup was there, check. Your entry was there, check. Your stop loss was within your risk management, check. You entered the trade. Now you won. You won that trade already, Crown. There's no heart monitor to worry about. There's no red to worry about. There's no green to worry about. It's all clear at this point because you took the trade and you stuck to your rules, and you know over time you will be consistently profitable. This trade doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you win or lose the trade that you just opened. Nothing more to it. All right, Sonny. See you later, man. Have a great day. See some consistency. Yeah, you got to see consistency. You got to build confidence first. Not hoping the trade works out while going against you, but keep the risk management. Exactly. No Quantix. And that's the whole thing. And Crown, when you get to that point where this trade doesn't matter, today's P&L doesn't matter to you because it shouldn't, it's all about what you do over the next 6 months. You see what I'm saying? It's all about that. Did you profit over the next 6 months? You really don't want to say, what did you do today? Because you could always have a bad day. Or what did you do on this trade? Not every trade's going to work out. It's at the end of the day, this is probability, right? I mean, you don't know that it's definitely going to work out, but what you do want to know is that you consistently are doing the exact same things. You're consistently following your rules. I'm saying that's your goal. Your goal is not a green P&L. That comes along with it. Once you start going through your rules, sticking to them, making sure that your setups are perfect, making sure your entries are perfect, and sticking to that every single trade, you'll see that consistency will bring green P&Ls. Hopefully that makes sense, rather than caring what you're going to, whether this trade's going to win or lose. Doesn't matter if this trade wins. Yeah, things are making $100 a day. Don't work because market not the same. Yep. So one day 500, other minus 100. Yep. Next day 200, then minus 100, etc. Yeah, and we talked about this, and I know a lot of you guys weren't here again because this was long ago, but Braden came in, and this was way back when we first started doing live streams, and he says, okay, so can I make my goal? What I want to do is I want to make, and I don't remember what it was, guys, off the top of my head, but it's just like Bill Quantic said here. He says, I want to make X amount per day. I said, you don't want to look at it like that. He says, well, but that's my goal. That's what I want to make. I said, you just can't look at it like that. You're going to make what the market gives you. And that's 100% the truth, guys. You can only make what the market gives you. How it works. You stay consistent. You stay true to your rules. Stay true to your strategy. The market does the rest. Unsure of the direction. Sometimes I see the wick in one direction, and then it flips for a few, and then goes back in the other direction. Well, the thing is because you're not supposed to be trading every flip either, Crown. These are just in, you know, the actual areas that people will be trading. I mean, I realize people trade everywhere. I shouldn't say that, but the higher the percentage of traders being said way is your higher percentage of stop losses getting hit to where you're trading. The whole thing we're doing is trading into the stop losses. That's the whole point. On Sunday night, I was dreaming I would make 1K on Monday, but in fact, I made 42. There you go. There's nothing wrong with that, Ace. Nothing wrong with that at all. 42 can easily be 42K once you start compounding. All just a matter of time. Z reversals, you only take the extreme extended with the rules and not every pump short. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. And I think sometimes people get confused in that because they think you just take the flips, and it's really not about the flips. The flip is just an entry, guys. There's a 70-point gap between the December and March ES contracts. Wow. The flip's just for the entry. So when you're looking at this, and we talked about this flip, let's go back to the hour because that was a perfect flip on the hour. This was a perfect setup. This right here was the perfect setup for a flip entry. We closed below, had a bottom wick, put on a top wick, flip, drove down, expecting lows. That was a perfect entry. That's what you're looking for. We're not looking for no bottom wick. And you did close below, but we're pretty extended at this point as well. But let's just say no bottom wick. We never went back up and tested your level. You just put on a half top wick and then fell. Did it go down? Yes. Was this a perfect entry? No. This wasn't a perfect entry. You wanted a steeper bottom wick. You would have liked to have a little steeper top wick. For me, that would have got me out of the trade altogether because the top wick would have been too big of a stop loss. Where this is what a perfect entry looks like. You know, when this candle pushed down, we recovered all this. Everybody went long here. And now you induced more with the move back up in order to drop and run through their stop losses. Not the same setup here. Not by far. The same thing goes for this. Was this a perfect entry? Yes. Was it a perfect setup? Not necessarily, because it's not really at a level. I mean, you could call this consolidation box a level right here if you want to grasp at it. So that would make it, okay, great level. Happened. We broke out. No top wick, so price stopped dead. Top wick comes in to induce more longs. So yes, did it work? Absolutely. Was it a decent setup? Yes, it's fine. I would have rather seen it up in these areas somewhere where the highs were, rather than in this consolidation area here. But that's me, you know, trading into weekly open. So, was this a good trade? Yes. Was it perfect for me? Absolutely not. Hopefully that makes sense. I see you asked for the Bulenox no wick candlestick indicator here. Oh yeah. Yeah, the wife was trying, she was just trying, she was sitting over there and she showed me this thing. She says, look at this that I just made. And it was, had circles all over it, Bulenox. She says, this is a no wick indicator. And then she went to move it and the circles didn't move. And I said, well, Bulenox just made one of those and dropped it in the server. She said, are you for real? I said, yeah. I said, I'll ask him for it and see if I can get it real quick and you can start using that. So, appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. I have not been trading them as of late, Crown. So there's really, it's really a whole different game. I don't trade ES really at all. I trade a little, but I'm not a fan of ES at all. That's me. Sonny and Dad Echo love ES. I'm not a big fan of it. On NQ, I trade it on the 800 tick chart, and I don't trade outside of 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. So basically an hour before power hour and then through power hour. Let me see what that echo dropped. Yeah. Use that. Much better to use something like that. Crown. That's JJ's chart, isn't it? Is that JJ's chart? That's your chart. It looks like JJ's chart. You making charts looking like JJ's, Dead Echo? That is. Yeah, YM's not talked about much. It's mine. But I stole ideas from JJ, yeah. I can tell. I can tell. I used to trade YM a little bit, Ace, back when. But yeah, see that, Crown? Use that chart. You're going to end up a lot better off using that than trying to trade the TRC to a T on NQ or ES. I really do it on a very, very low time frame, the 800 tick. I look for the setup on the half an hour and then the entry on the 800 tick, and I haven't traded it in quite a bit. I know that last time I talked to Jeff, he said that it was going so-so, you know. It was just something that I came up with, again, over a weekend, so. Came up with the 104, just 6-point zones, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, use that chart, Crown. That's going to be much better. I try to take the flip when wick surpasses the last wick. Plus 50 is good. Yeah, Lebonsky and Sonny used to do, trying to think, was it on? I don't remember if it was on ES, but he used to do something like that to where, maybe it was on gold, to where it went 48. I believe it was 48 over. Last high, last low. He was doing something similar to that, and it was working out, you know, pretty well too, so not a bad idea at all, Lebonsky. No, I haven't heard from Jeff. Now that you say that, Velquantix. Not in a little while. Never really thought about it, but yeah. All right, see you in a minute, Paul. Yeah, Ace. I don't trade, I stopped trading the YM. I don't trade any of the indices anymore. I really just trade gold now. I mean, I played with them some, and yes, I'm not, you know, saying I won't trade with them, or, you know, play with them anymore, but I really prefer gold. Back up. We're about to test level right here. When it goes back up here, crown, it's going to test this right here. So what did we just say this was? Well, you know, it was support, flip resistance, demand, flip supply, you know, bullish order block, breaker block, all these things. So now what are traders going to do? They're going to try to short here. Take it back up, you know, and you look at it like this. What do they see if you make it back up? Okay, we came here, came back, came down, came back, and now they'll look for it to go back up if we make it up above this area. What is that? You know, your inverse head and shoulders, your turtle soup from ICT, your liquidity grab for the move up for SMC, and it all looks that way on a lower time frame. You know, and then you've got your pattern traders that are trading the M here. So what are they looking for? They're expecting up, M, break, retest, move back. So by the way, if wifey needs help with coding, Discord got a section for that. Oh yeah, Bill Qantas, I'm not. I haven't been there. Bill Context, you've got a new one? Yeah, we'll join if you got a new one. Add one. Okay, that works, but go ahead and appreciate it. Everybody who wants to join, guys. Discord there. Show some love. Coding like indicators. Yeah, Aiken. All right, Bill Quantix. Have a great day, man. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Big doji there, guys. Anybody have any questions today? Anything? Go to recover the doji wick. Yeah, that one's tough because we've already recovered the wick. Can it do it? Yes, Lebonsky. But this wick was the recovery of this wick currently. Could it push up, flip, and go? Yeah. It's tough here, and it's already 11. So if you get involved in that, I mean, I would want it to take out these highs first, right? Let's go over what I'd like to see in order to get involved. You want to come up here, you want to take out these highs and at least test some of this area up here, because right now we essentially were just extended, never tested it. I think the wicks might have, I think the wicks did tap. The wicks might have tapped. But kind of tested it. I'd still like to see the highs taken because your longs came in here, right? So you got longs in, longs come here. You'd like to make sure that any shorts that came in this candle here are tapped out first before making the move down. For me, it's kind of a tricky place to trade though because the range has already been filled. So it's kind of tough. Just be careful with it. I would manage it aggressively if you get involved, and you're probably going to be sitting for a while. I heard you say, but small scalp short and then long up. I mean, right here's a tough place to trade is the problem. We've already recovered the range. Everybody's looking to short. I would love to see a move up rather than a move down to recover this wick. That's what I was trying to get at, but can it go down? Yeah. Can we go? I mean, yeah, I'd rather see everybody get involved short here and then get taken out first and then move down. There are longs here. It's just it's 11. You want to take the flip, up to you. My iPad died. It made pretty much my weekly profit on Monday, and as much as I want to keep trading, I feel like it's going to mess me up when I do. If you are not super confident, Aiken, stop trading. Walk away. That's my thoughts for you. So if you feel like you're going to mess it up, unfortunately, you know what negative thoughts bring. I would walk away, forget about it, and come back tomorrow with a clearer head and see where you're at. And you got to be super careful on Fridays. You already know. My Friday, I love Fridays. That's my favorite day to trade. But most people get wrecked on Fridays. Taking any trades, yeah, agree. Yep, and I'd stick with that, Aiken. No reason why, man. If you're already good with what you do, what you're at, you know, make it be. And here's something else I'll tell you guys too. And this is something you can do as well, if you prefer. You get to a spot to where you say, "Hey, I'm happy with what I made this week," right? So now you say, "All right, well, the only way I'm going to take a trade." If I'm going to take a trade, is absolute perfection. Why? Because you can be picky now. You don't have to take a trade anymore. you should feel no push to take a trade because you've already made your money. So if there's an absolute perfect trade, one that you just can't pass, then fine. But if everything's not absolutely perfect, including your emotional state, your mental state, you know, your confidence, just don't take a trade. Why do it? What's the point? Right? There's just no reason for it. And once you get confident enough that it doesn't bother you anymore, because that's the whole thing. People don't realize that as mentally as it bothers you to be down, there's a flip side to it. When you're down, you're trying to take whatever you can in order to get back even. I got to get back even. I got to get back even. Right? When you're up, you say, oh, I want to hold this money. I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get rid of it. I want to keep it. There's nothing wrong with either one of those. But you got to realize that both those mean walk away, because both of them are unstable emotional feelings for you. So if you're trying to get back even, trying just to get a trade because you're down, that's no worse in terms than being up, wanting to keep your money, not wanting to take a loss, and saying, well, I really don't think I should trade again, but then you take a trade anyway. You know what I mean? So stay away from both them situations. Your best thing to do is just walk away. There's nothing more to do. You walk away until you're confident and you're no longer thinking about, hey, I don't want to take a loss, or hey, I have to make money back. Neither of those are mental states that you should be in while sitting down trying to take trades on in this market. This market's already set up to beat. You know, it's already set up to beat you guys. That's what it's set here to do. So to not be 100% emotionally, mentally, and come in and try to, beat this market doesn't make a lot of sense. You see what I'm saying? Make sure you check yourself and make sure that you're 100% as well before trying to conquer this task. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Does anybody have any questions today, though, guys? Anything? Of course, Aiken. I appreciate you being here, man. Being part of this with me. I appreciate all of you being here, being part of this. No way. Yeah. I'm not sure it surprises. I mean, it kind of does, but doesn't all at the same time, Ace. Yeah. I've never been a big fan of theirs, sadly. I tried. But yep, and see, there was my problem with Apex. I mean, I was a sole supporter of Apex. And I don't think you were here back then, but I mean, Apex was you might have been, before they pulled all their crap. And that's where I was at. I was a huge fan of Apex. Not a fan no more. I know exactly what you're feeling. Not a fan anymore. It sucks. But what are you going to do? It's just stuff like that. Like I said, they just change things, and it makes no sense to me, and I just don't want to be part of it when they go doing things like that. It makes no sense. Nothing to do with anything except for their bottom line, right? And that's such crap. Either way, I guess I'm going to shut down any of you that are new. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 a.m. for Silent TA and Trading. At about 9:20, I open my mic. Would love to see everybody back then. Guys that are here every day, I appreciate you guys. Ace, Aiken, All, That Echo, Initian, Lebonsky, Man Bear Bull, Crown. I appreciate you all, guys. Have a great day. I appreciate you all. I will see you guys first thing tomorrow morning. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.